Hello, everybody. This is Weird Ventures. I'm our game master, Derek, and today we are going to be going on a little adventure, a little change of scenery from what we've had so far, as most of our party is making it out of the Sunless Citadel. We've got one person that's still in there, but hopefully won't be stuck in there for too much longer. Fingers crossed, at the very least. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and introduce everybody. Gonna bring us all down there. But yeah, we're gonna go through some introductions. And we will start our introductions today with Miguel.
Hello, my name's Miguel or Leeds. I will be playing our resident fairy fighter, Cora.
That you shall. And then we're going to go up to Jennifer. We're going to show off some new artwork we got today.
Hi, this is Jennifer. I'm playing Penny Peanut Posy Poppy Your Garden, your rogue forest gnome.
Yes. And that'll bring us to Corey.
Hi, I'm Corey. I'll be playing the Triton Sorcerer Warlock Ophelia Valacor.
That you shall. And of course, to RJ.
Hi, my name is RJ. I will be playing Aina, our enchantment wizard.
That you shall. And now for Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Manure the Wise, your Luxodon Star Druid.
Absolutely. And last but not least, our friend that we're seeing on the map in front of us right now, Cosmic.
I am Cosmic, currently playing Balthazar, our resident Azamar Grave Cleric.
Yes, indeed. Now, would anybody like to do a recap of what happened last session for some of that sweet, delicious inspiration?
I wasn't here last session, but I still watched.
That's true. If you'd like to, you can go for it.
Okay, so last session we started off with the trap that Ophelia stumbled into while looking through books. Everyone tried their best to jump out of the way after she gave a warning. Biner went into the next room over, and Balthazar stepped back out to the hallway, and subsequently got separated from the party as the door just kind of stopped existing.
Sure did.
It sure did. Real weird. Wonder what's up with that. A phial of oil got dropped out from his sleeve as he escaped, so I believe it was Porm who was able to collect it.
Mm-hmm.
Separated, he kind of just insisted everyone go forward, and then there was combat with tree people.
That there was.
And then soon afterwards, Dern, that's who it is, showed up to try and cause a bit of a ruckus.
A little bit of chaos,
I
yeah.
know. Sprinkle of chaos as a treat. As that happened, I believe Aina got some weird vibes from their own shadow, which was strange. Felt like Balak was nearby, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Combat ensued, and they were fairly successful in defeating the enemies after a bit of a confusion with Forum and Penny as to what to do with the oil flask, despite having the plans discussed like not an hour ago. But they were successful in throwing the oil onto Dern, in which Aina just blew fire on him, essentially, with the Dragon's Breath scroll. So Dern's gone. God bless. They continued on for like a little bit before I had them stop, check the chessboard, and had Penny sneak on over so she could see the 2 tree people that are with Balak, who had familiar faces, at least to Erky. And it seemed like the mist that had been slowly kind of spreading out on the floor was coming from the pot. I don't remember who mentioned it. I think it might have been Balak's shadow, that the mist is part of a ritual, and to stop that ritual, you gotta do something to the mist pot thing.
Yes.
There were some plans being discussed before Balak sensed his own shadow coming from Aina. I don't remember if he called out or not. Might have called out, but Aina eventually stepped up and had a bit of a discussion with Balak. There was a lot of barbs thrown there, I'm gonna be honest. It was entertaining to watch. But
Is that good stuff?
it was very good stuff. There was angst all over that. It was delicious. They talked about Balak's plans for the mists, and also Aina kind of sniping at them for his choices of turning evil? Question mark? At least in our eyes. But Balak went for the kill essentially, and just said Aina hasn't improved if he's lost 2 partners, which drove Aina mad and shot him with magic missiles, dropping the apple into the cauldron and finishing up the process, I think. And slowly and surely everybody started being subsumed by the mist. Afterwards, there was mist shenanigans with people, namely Porum, Penny, and Ophelia, seeing some dead folks in their backstory. Got a lot of angst from Ophelia with their friend. Some drama. Some godly drama with Porum and his commander and his talk with Lythander, and then Penny just had grand old time with her grandpapa, which was super cute, and palate cleanser. And I think that was about it for that session.
Yeah, I hung out and had a good time. Go ahead and give yourself an inspiration. You did a good job. But yeah, we're gonna rewind a bit though from our pals in the mist. Gonna rewind back to Balthazar. Balthazar, you, after the explosion happened and you escaped from it, the walls sealed up behind you, and you began hearing the sounds of combat going on through the solid stone wall in front of you. Magic being blasted, shouts of pain, all of this muffled by this insurmountable barrier. What would Balthazar have been doing during this time?
A lot of cursing in both Celestial and Infernal as he tries to see if he can find a way back in. Some sort of fault line in the wall to just sort of blast through.
Right. Yeah, as you're sort of feeling along the walls, trying to find some place that you could maybe apply magic or force to try and get yourself through, after a certain point, you hear more muffled shouting that almost seems to be directed at you. But you can't quite understand what's being said. And after that, the sounds of battle resumes. As you're listening and you're feeling along these walls, there's a brief moment of quiet, followed by chaos, large shouts, the sound of running coming towards you. But one by one, each and every one of those shouts that you hear, muffled as they are, goes quiet, like dominoes falling over in a stack, until there's nothing but quiet on the other side of this wall.
He knows it's just gonna be muffled, but Balthazar is just gonna slam a fist onto the stone and just kind of call out to everyone. Viner, Ophelia, Penny, Forum, Ina, are you all right?
As you shout that, there's only quiet in response, until eventually, through the small gaps that you had found in the stone, you begin seeing mist hissing out at an extremely fast rate. And before you have a chance to really react or do anything against it, this thick, consuming mist is wrapped entirely around you. And as it does, the world seems to fade. The walls that your fists were resting on seem to disappear, your hands just falling through them entirely, as if they were never there at all. Brings us here. And as you wait here, you look around, everything seems to have gone this unearthly gray. Mist swirling about you. No sign of the citadel that you were in are your friends. As you look up, there's no sign of the cavern roof above you. There's no smell or sound to be heard. What would Balthazar's reaction to this be?
At first, as he stares and looks around him, hello? Where is this? And he's just gonna look around, pick a direction, and start walking.
As you begin walking in your chosen direction, looking for any sort of signs that might be around you, anything to differentiate where it is that you might be. The only things that you begin seeing are landmarks, things that one might see in nature, as well as a couple of stone ruins, bricks stacked, as if part of some old building that has long since disappeared with time. But any landmark that you try to use, you'd quickly discover is unreliable. You look at it and turn your head, and it's not there when you look back. Or worse, it's moved a few feet to one side, yards. A tree that was quite close to you, you blink, and suddenly it looks as if it's a mile away.
His hands through his head as he tries to think if he's read anything about a place like this before.
Yeah, you can roll me Arcana or a religion.
Yikes! All right then.
Yeah,
I see how Foundry's treating me today.
It-
Very well.
might be the panic at the suddenness of your situation, being kept in the dark during that battle your friends were in. You are, maybe for the first time in your life, completely at a loss for where you might be, what's happening to you, and maybe even what to do next.
Is in a fit of panic just gonna grab onto his holy symbol and try to see if he can feel a threat of his lady's magic.
And as you hold on to your holy symbol and concentrate, you do feel yourself being drawn to some place. It's hard to say. There isn't a light in the distance or a figure before you, but nonetheless, you feel a need to place one foot in front of the other and continue onwards.
Sort of. It's a little from the panicked state. Not entirely calm, but he at least has a direction to go to, and he'll go follow it.
Right. You begin walking, and you're not entirely sure how long you've been walking for. It could feel like minutes, days, years. When you close your eyes to blink, you find yourself forgetting if that was just blinking because your eyes were feeling a little dry, or if you had gone to sleep. Did you just stand up and continue moving forward? You find that you can't quite remember. As if time in this place is an illusion that is hard to follow. But eventually, you do start to see something in the distance that looks familiar in a way. And Balthazar, or rather Cosmic, I'd like you to describe for me a place from Balthazar's past. Maybe a place that meant a lot to them. Maybe a place where they grew up. Describe to me a place, and maybe even what sort of significance this place has for Balthazar.
It's technically both. As he keeps walking, the place he ends up is achingly familiar in that he hasn't been here in a few years. One of the grassier courtyards of the Moonshade Order. It's a bit of a sprawled bit of land with various buildings, but this particular one is mostly curated gardens, grass, some blossoming trees, wisteria specifically, and the thing he's going towards is a pavilion. It's stone with a stone path, and outwards from it is a lake with lily pads and lotus blooms. And he's drawn towards it, considering how much time he spent in that particular pavilion in his youth.
So, yeah, you begin seeing this path that you've walked 1,000 times before you. But this place, of course, is different. There are many things that are exactly as you remember them, but the butterflies that used to float here aren't there. There's no sounds of fireflies across the lake or noises of wildlife. And you'd notice that a couple of the stones on this path, as you walk across them, they seem to ripple under your feet, just individual little ripples, as if you were walking across water.
But he doesn't pay all too much attention. He keeps walking.
And as he continues walking onwards, eventually you would see a figure sort of sitting in this little pavilion, little outcropping, looking towards this lake that seems impossibly still, almost frozen in time. It's a figure that you recognize, a silhouette, a broad-shouldered man with pointed ears, resting in a very tranquil state and looking out onto the water.
Freezes in his tracks. Kind of feels his heart race as he blinks like a dozen times. Quietly, almost as if he doesn't believe it, he's just gonna call out, "Mitsu?"
And as you call out, the figure turns their head. And indeed, it does seem to be the person that you thought it was. As Mitsuhide turns to look at you and gives you a very soft, warm smile as he does. He says, "Hey, Val. How's it going?"
Balthazar's gonna start running to him.
And you run to him, and he lets out a few laughs. He says, Hey, what's the rush?" And will outstretch his arms, sort of pull you in for a hug, and sort of help you to sit down next to him. As he's holding you there the same way he's always held you. Smiling and trying to get a look at your face. Takes off your hat and sort of puts it on his own head, a little tilted to the side so you can still see his. He's trying to get a look at you. What does Balthazar's face look like right now?
It's a bit of a struggle since Balthazar's just clinging, arms around Mitsu's shoulders, like grabbing tightly onto his clothes and just burying his face into the crook of his neck. But it's just some gentle coaxing, and Balthazar will let his face be pulled off, and it's kind of like a devastated but hopeful sort of expression. There's just tears running down his face. His cheeks are all ruddy from his crying. And he's just staring at Mitsu and eventually lets go long enough to just cradle his cheeks in his hand.
And he would do much the same back.
Are you... Mitsu, what's...
Take a few breaths. Come on now. And he sort of gently runs a finger to sort of wipe away one of the tears with his thumb. That smile turning to a genuine look of concern for you. What's the matter, Bals? What happened?
Staring at him. Could insight check real quick? Just he wants to get a read as to what is going on.
Yeah.
And why he's seeing.
You can roll an insight check.
It's the one. Oh, hey, look, I did good this time.
Everything that you can see is telling you this is him. Though, with a 20, you can also tell that if this is him, at the very least, he doesn't remember what's happened to him, or what had happened to him. His nonchalance, you could say, upon meeting him is genuine. To him, it seems as if, he was just with you yesterday. Things are going fine. Y'all are back at the academy, spending your days as you had always had.
He realization kind of has him shaking his head at Mitsu's question, and he's gonna rest his forehead against Mitsu's and just quietly, I no, just let me have this for a little longer, please. I've missed you.
I missed you too, Bal. It's only like yesterday, but I still miss you. And he wraps his arms around Balthazar's shoulders and gives a warm, loving squeeze, though his body does seem a little colder than it usually is. Not the oven of warmth that these hugs usually are, as if his body temperature is colder.
Sort of shivers, but he's not gonna let go.
Hmm.
Hey, what was the last thing you remember?
Huh. He kind of thinks for a moment. Last thing I remember was probably our last date. We had a big mission that we were gonna go on. This is embarrassing. I usually remember the details about these sort of things, but I don't remember what the mission was. But I remember sitting next to you under the fireworks with your head on my shoulder, holding hands, just watching the embers fall. It was beautiful, just like you.
No,
And
it's
he
beautiful
gives-
with you, Mitsu. It's you. It's okay if you don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen you, that's all.
I'm sorry about that. Do you want to plan another date then? Sometime soon? Or would you want to go? And gives you a kiss on the forehead and entwines his fingers with yours. Sorry, Cosmic, if you're talking, it is cutting out.
Sorry. He's gonna open and close his mouth, like he's gonna say something, and kind of just decides against it. Shakes his head again. I just want to stay here with you for just a little longer. Please? For now.
Of course. I'm not going anywhere. Come on. Get cuddled up and wrap an arm around your hip and sort of pull you close so you can look out over the lake together, as you've done many times before in the past.
Long they have. Balthazar's gonna just indulge in it as much as he can. But eventually, he has arms kind of wrapped around Mitsukita's waist. He's gonna give it squeeze and tuck his head back into his shoulder, and it just mumbles, "I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to protect you."
And as you say that, maybe it's the emotions that you're feeling, maybe it's the coldness that you've been feeling with your arm wrapped around him and your cheek on his shoulder. Hard to say, but your hand does sort of slip off and fall. And as it does, you feel a quiet. He doesn't seem to respond. And instead, the response that you get is a voice that you don't quite recognize. At least not at first, not as his. So you hear the voice say, "You used your strength to protect him as best you could. But you didn't have the strength to save him." As you tilt your head to look at who is speaking, you would see a woman wearing a hat similar to yours, just as Mitsuhide was, having taken it, but in a black kimono with red flowers drawn over it, resting there, looking out onto the waters quietly, just as you had been.
Something more proprietary, and tries his best to straighten us back, even with the tears just flowing more freely now. Could I have saved him? Was there a way to?
There was a way, yes. Unfortunately, you did not have it in you to continue the search and finish it. But there is still time in the future. The soul still exists, as I've shown you. The longer time goes on, the more the beast eats through it, Balthazar. I know that you love him, and you're the only one who can save him.
Still, he looks up at her and asks, like he's still He's still wandering?
His soul is trapped in that body. The body that now belongs to another. I was able to project it here for a time, but even for one as strong as me, doing that for a prolonged period is difficult. I wish to give you a few moments, but sadly, time is not on our side. There's a reason.
Give me is more than enough. And he bows gratefully.
She tips her head back to you and would say, there's a reason that our order does what it does. The reason our elders asked for you to finish the job. He suffers, Balthazar.
Yeah, no, he's gonna meet her gaze. A little heartbroken, but just a bit of determination in his eyes. Do what I can then. For him.
I've seen to it that you will have the opportunity to right what was wronged. And maybe help out another who suffers as he suffers. And as she says this, she gestures before her to the lake, and you watch as the waters freeze over in a path. And that path seems to continue into a forest before you. You see swirling ravens in the sky ahead. Sorry, Cosmic, you're cutting out again.
Sensitive Mike. He's gonna look to the path and then look to his lady again before he nods slowly. He bows again and says thank you before getting up, rubbing his eyes on his sleeves, and he takes a deep breath and looks at familiar and not familiar surroundings one last time before he gives one last bow to her and walks off onto the ice path.
She gives one last nod of acknowledgement to you, saying to you one final time, there is still time for him. And if you were to look back as you go, you would find that she no longer seems to be there. Neither does the place that you recognized The only thing staying seems to be this icy path leading into the forest. And the only animals you've seen since you've gotten here, these swirling ravens. And with that, we're gonna head over to someone else for a moment. So now, we're gonna head over to Biner. Biner, you were running from the fog as it eclipsed Balak and Aina, many others. You had Penny in your hand, and you felt as her arm faded, your tight grip squeezing and mist slipping through your fingers, only to find yourself in this place devoid of any features, any direction that you look. In the sky, there are no stars, not even a sun, to guide you. What would Biner's reaction to this be?
Seeing that there's no stars at all, he would probably be in a little bit of a panic because he's so used to using that to kind of settle him and to guide him, and now he has neither feeling. So he'd probably be a little panicked, probably be trying to look around, seeing if he can see anything that would maybe point him in the right way to go.
And as you look around, that panic might end up getting a bit worse, as just as it has before, any landmarks that you might discover seem to fade in and fade out. Nothing seemingly seems to be solid in this place. Everything is just as ethereal as the mists themselves, coming and passing, moving about.
He would probably start getting frustrated and impatient because of things, fading in and out on him. He'd start to get angry because he can't get his bearings.
Right. And so, angry Biner would you say he has any sort of angry ticks? Is he stomping his way through, just ignoring everything he's seeing now, or what does that look like?
Part of it would be he'd be mumbling a lot to himself, trying to reason and come to a solution, but he would probably, from an external standpoint, he probably would be also pulling on his one ear, his right ear. He'd probably be pulling on it to I don't know, just as a comfort thing or something, to know that he's still there, he's in charge, he can get through this.
Absolutely. Just doing that sort of comfort yourself as you go. And eventually, while you are doing this, you do begin to notice there does seem to be something that hasn't been shifting. First you thought maybe it was just, another thing just as fleeting as everything else in this place. But this, you double checked it multiple times, and it has been moving, but it's been moving steadily, almost like the rising of the sun, till eventually it reaches a point in the sky, this green light. It's the star from your star map. You're almost certain of it. Zhudan. As it finally seems to have reached its apex. It's no longer moving.
So he'll check his map, the new one, and verify that, and some calmness will start to come over him just because now at least he has a point of reference. So he would be kind of looking at the map and saying, okay, this is here, then I'm going to guess I need to go this direction. He'll start walking.
Alright. And as you start walking... Oh, sorry, did I cut you off there? Okay. As you start walking, there's still many more of these objects that come and go. And what's worse, being an elephant, you probably pride yourself on your ability to never forget, but you find that your memories of this place are hazy. Time hard to keep track of as you trudge forward. Eventually, though, you start to see a place familiar to Biner. In a way, many others have seen places familiar to them. What would this place be like for Biner?
He would basically, probably from a short, or I guess a long distance kind of thing, it would look almost like plains, grass and that, and he would see, if he was standing kind of on a high hill and looking outwards, he could see down into the valley where he would see multiple villages scattered throughout, and he would obviously recognize his village as it was one that kind of sat near the center of all of the surrounding Loxodon tribes, and he'd probably start walking towards that, and he'd see the different flags from the different tribes, and just head towards his. Complete confusion of why he's back to where his tribes are.
Absolutely. And this place maybe has a bit of an ominous, familiar feel to it as you begin walking through. Because this place has no people in it, to put it simply. There's none of the excitement that you might see when someone returns from their adventures. There's, no Loxodon calves learning about the stars. There's no songs being sung, no fanfare being held. The tents you pass are empty, without any smell of your people's food, their artwork, their culture hanging on the walls are being adorned via these artistically made pots of clay, things like that, but it is culture without people.
So this would definitely remind him of the day he returned home, as this is the scene he found many years ago after traveling to other cultures. So he's trying to figure out how he's gone back in time, or why he's even revisiting his village. From a distance, can he see any life in any of the other villages?
As you look to the other villages, there seems to be no smoke. Aside from the obscuring mist, there's no lights of campfires, no animals being herded, grazing on the grasses of the plains. It all seems much too quiet. Though, looking through all of this quiet, you do finally hear a voice. A weak voice coming from a hut just behind you. A hut that you would know specifically who that belongs to. A hut that belongs to Shati, who I will reveal. And that voice, quiet as it is, weak as it is, reaches out to you, just says, Biner, is that you?
Shati? Where you been?
You turn around and see a hut that is coated in darkness, and just the faint silhouette of the Lockston you knew inside of it. Amongst all this dark, she says, Biner, it's been so long. We've been lost. Lost. We were lost for a long time. Oh, I thought we'd escaped this place and the mist. I thought we'd gotten out of it. I don't know how I got back. Biner, it's been so long. How have you been? There's a few coughs that you hear from her, and a wheeze, as if there's some sort of strain on her lungs, perhaps. She sounds much older than you would remember her by growing up, always so vibrant. You can't really get a good look at her at the moment.
Well, I'm doing okay. What happened? I came back years ago when I didn't hear from you for a while, just to see what's going on, and when I returned, many of the villages were deserted, and people claimed of a mysterious mist appeared, but I figured that was just people on some good Loxodon smokes. But I mean, over half of the villages are gone. What happened to you guys?
The mists were real, Biner. You shouldn't be here. We were lost and wandering in this place for so long. But maybe there's hope for you, Biner. Stars, have you completed the map? Have you found what you set out to find, what I taught you?
A sad look will come across his face, and he's like, no, there's still a section of the main map I can't figure out, and part of my exploring I found another map, and even worse is when you guys all disappeared, some of the other main maps disappeared. We can't complete our tasks.
Ooh.
There's great despair among the ones that remain.
You can still find the other maps. We still had them. Yes. We had them. Took them with us. We trust in the stars, Biner. You can leave this place. We found a way out at some point. I know we did. I know what we did. And you can kind of hear her struggling to try and stand up from where she is sort of collapsed at the back of the hut.
He'll kind of rush over, see if he can get her stand.
And yeah, you sort of get under her arm and begin to help her up to her feet. And you can really feel now how weak she is compared to the strong woman that taught you growing up. She says, you can find us on the other side of this place. Is there anything in the sky to follow? We saw something, a star that we did not recognize in this place. It was a lone star. I remember following it. Yes, it was beautiful. Have you seen it, Biner? Have you seen its light?
I have. It's green, and he'll reach into his pocket and pull out the new star map and unwind it and say, it appears to be this, but I don't know where this is.
As you
match up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, as you point out how it doesn't match up, she turns her head to it and looks at it. Says, yes, that's the star. That's it. It's beautiful. She places her hand on the map gently, almost caressing it. She looks down, and as you turn your head this close to her in the dark of the hut, you notice something. Where her eyes should be, there are black voids, as if they'd been removed. Yet she's still looking at the star. Yes, we followed it, and we got out, and still there, Biner. It guided us to a temple, Biner. The temple was beautiful too. It was beautiful. Oh, I wish you could see it. It spoke to us, Biner. It said that we could be stars too.
That's actually comforting because that's our ultimate goal, is it not?
Yes.
Become our goddess
Yeah.
and look upon all others.
Yes. It was so gorgeous. I need to get back to it. She lets out this
Sorry.
horrid cough, and some blood splatters on the floor as she does, and you feel her body start to slump a bit in your arms.
Well, let me lay you down. Let you rest. Do you know what this land is called that we're at?
This is the mist. Barovia is on the other side. It's a place of dangers, she says as she shakily gets to the ground, resting there. A place of great dangers, but also great wonder. The cold emptiness of her eye sockets, now staring upwards and into the sky. Such great wonders, Biner. I wish you could see it. See how we've become stars. Can you see them, Biner? Can you see them?
Yeah, yes, I can. They're beautiful, just like all of you were.
Thank you, Biner. Thank you. She sort of uses her trunk to gently grab your hand and pull it a bit closer so she can weakly pat it. As she does, her fingers slowly slip from yours, becoming numb and without strength, falling to the side as she lets out one last wheezing breath, and her body seems to go still.
He'll close her eyes and give a prayer and just whisper, "Be with the stars and look upon me, and I will find which we have lost. Mark my words." And then he'll look around and see if there's like any blankets or something you can cover up with.
Yeah, you can find something.
So then he'll cover her up. And then he'll get up and he'll just look at her. And then he'll basically tilt his head back and let out a massive roar. Kind of through, sound through his trunk and the scream, and just probably just start trashing the place.
Right.
And then he'll walk out
Yeah,
and see if he hears or finds anybody else, kind of thing.
absolutely. Yeah, the place you're in, what your home, is left in pieces, broken twigs and the like scattered about. It has collapsed, and as you step out of your village, that anger is still coursing through you. If you look up at the sky, that green star is now accompanied by two more that seem to hang below it. Two faint, glowing lights. Stars, unlike perhaps any that you've really seen before. They shine to them a bright brown, an intelligent brown. They remind you of Shati's eyes.
He'll pull out the star map and he'll actually mark both of them onto the map. And then just say, I see you up there. It's been 75 years since I saw you last. I hope it's not that long I get to see you again. And he'll continue walking.
Continue walking along your path through these plains. Plains that are so very familiar yet also foreign to you. The curve of them shifting almost like waves. If you are following these stars still,
Which he would.
yes, eventually you would follow it to what seems to be a hill that has these buildings growing out of its sides, and you see what appears to be a figure on a horse at the top of that hill. Just a silhouette, the horse moving about aimlessly. And before you make your approach, or as you think about how Biner would approach, we are going to move to Aina. So Aina, as many before you have, you too were swallowed by the mist, standing the closest to it as you watched Balak vanish just as your magic missiles crashed against him, blood dripping into the cauldron, for it seemed to swallow him and you up like some kind of horrible beast, taking you to this place with nothing that you recognize and nothing that you don't recognize. This swirling void of fog. What would Aina do here?
Letting out just the last couple syllables of their balls. They're gonna kind of glance around, just heavily confused, as they remembered the Block Shadow talked about the mist before, but, like, didn't think they meant literal mist. And, it's gonna keep turning in a circle very slowly to see if anything jumps out at him. Just cautious, and just kind of coming down from their anger a little bit.
The first thing that would pop out to you would be some writing on the floor. Seems as though someone has written a message in the dirt. And give me just a moment, and I will type that out. Just a quick second. Here we go. There is what I'm looking for. There it is. I think. Aha. You see a message.
I can't read that. Well, at least someone wrote something down. Pulling out their filled notebook, they're just gonna quickly rescribe the message and be like, well, I could spend 10 minutes trying to understand this, or I could just keep moving. Ina's just gonna kind of walk forward, knowing from before they were able to sense Block Shadow. They'll spend a long time trying to see if they could pinpoint it just walking.
Right. As you concentrate on it, doing the best you can, see if you can pinpoint what you are looking for. You're not connecting with anything at first, though that's okay. You've only been doing it for a little bit. Or has it been a little bit? You've only been doing it for... Could only be a few hours, right? Have you slept? You find that you're having a hard time remembering. And as you are doing your best to sense with this, you're also finding it's not seeming accurate. Every distance that you sense seems long, and you walk for a very long time in that direction, only for it to vary wildly, as if the shadow is somehow playing games with you, or the mist itself is. This oppressive wall of fog, being purposefully impossible for you to navigate.
And I was just gonna pull on the braid, frustrated, and summon up Block Shadow to yell at it, pretty much.
It appears before you.
Why can't I locate you? Why is nothing making sense here?
As it looks at you, it says,
"This is a place of death and memory. This is the place I wish to control. You can make anything here. Do anything. If the ritual worked as intended, I can create miles and miles and miles between us with a thought. I cannot be found here if I don't wish to be found.
Derek, you cut out at the end there for me.
I cannot be found here unless I wish to be found.
This is the place of the dead. Why am I here? Why are others in here?
If they were touching the fog, yes.
Do the dead wander here?
They can. Or your memories of them manifest.
Are you trying to locate your dead partner?
I wished to see her here, yes. To make her real again.
I'm not catching any of that, Derek.
Oh no.
Yeah, none of us
Technical
are here.
difficulties.
Let me double check my connection real quick. Alright, try that again.
Yeah.
I wished to locate her, yes. I wished to make her real again. To take her with me into the new world. She might be protected and kept safe. But that new world must be made first. For I would not bring her back into this one just to suffer.
Why would you bring her back?
A dread lord's power is the ability to make the mist real. To make a land real. Once I master it, I can mold this place into anything I see fit. I can keep it there in a steady state, not in flux, as it is now for you. I can make the world I envision real. And live there with her.
We're not focused on finding her right now. That means her essence is up to grab. And Ina's just gonna take off sprinting in a direction. Doesn't matter where.
And yeah, as you begin sprinting, describe to me a place of significance to Ina.
As Ina's sprinting, tall pine and spruce trees would form around them, starting to become more and more densely packed, where it is an active jumping and just maneuvering for Ina. As they would come across a mark tree with a rope hanging down to observation perch in a tree that looks like it's seen better days. But Tina, it's their go-to place.
Yeah, as you begin sprinting through this place, you see the tree that you recognize, though its branches seem to be entirely barren compared to the forest around you. There are no piles of leaves on the ground. It's as if the tree had died quite a long time ago. It is standing there, but upon closer inspection, you see there's fruit growing on the pale boughs. Red and white apples. Just like the tree that you saw before coming here. Sitting in that observation deck, just a bit obscured by the mist, you'd see a familiar shape. A little on the short side, calling out to you. Hey! You gotta be careful running through the woods that fast. I thought you were like some wild game or something. I was about to get my bow ready. As much as I like shooting stuff in your butt, you know, maybe don't do that.
I was just gonna let out just a scoff of disbelief before climbing up the rope.
Alright. Climb up the rope you do. And as you climb up towards the top, you'd see a familiar face to you as well. See the face of a dwarf. Same distinctive scar going from his jaw to his forehead. Given that same sort of shit-eating grin that's just sort of always casually resting on his face. Which you probably know like the back of your hand.
Thinking back to what Shadowblock said about this place, and what, in the lines of what Aina was thinking, Aina knows that this is Tyr's soul, doesn't he?
It's either that or something constructed from your memories.
And I was just gonna look around the perch, very confused, because when they left it, it was filled with just letters upon letters and envelopes and just not trash per se, just it was very memorialized, and now it's like before.
Yep, seemingly empty. Though not entirely empty, it seems like it's in use. You see, here's a hunting weapon of choice, sort of at the side where it's easy to get to. What would that be, by the way?
They would have a longbow, but there would be a smaller crossbow next to it for small game.
And yeah, he's sort of leaning against the crossbow, which he had at the ready from when he thought you were some kind of critter running about. And he says, "You look little confused there, buddy. Everything going all right? Usually you're the careful one. I'm the one that's, running my ass off like a fool."
I mean, how else are you gonna keep that ass in shape?
Yeah.
I was just gonna slowly reach out and just touch Tyr's face. And very much look confused because Ida's 30 years older. While halflings and dwarfs age slower, there's definitely some new wrinkles and a general lack of scarring on Ina now.
As you touch his face, your thumb runs across his scar. Your thumb catches on the edge of it a little bit as he's standing there smiling at you. It almost feels as though this little bit on the edge where his jaw is almost feels like it could peel off. So he's sort of tilting his head and looking at you and just being like, "I very much like your face too." And then we'll just sort of place his hand similarly on your face for an awkward amount of time, letting out some dumb laughs.
Ida's just gonna nervously chuckle, but their fingers are gonna edge towards that wound that seems a little bit peelable, and just kind of carefully swipe their finger at it to like try to pick it up.
Right. As you move your thumb, indeed it does seem to be peeling back the skin with much more ease than it should. It almost has a paper-like feel to it, and in fact, as it moves through, it feels, or it looks at the very least, like Tyr himself isn't noticing at all. You're watching as the skin is transforming to folded pages of text, all the letters that were written here that you recognize. And as you peel, you watch as they burn at the edges, pieces flickering off in embers, turning to dust. As you do, you see that the entire right side of his face, where that scar is, the line cutting diagonally through him, disappears, and in its stead is a shadow with long black hair, blue eyes. Well, just a singular blue eye, rather, looking back at you.
What are you? To be taking his form like this?
What do you mean?
Ina's just gonna grip harder at the face. His other hand's gonna slowly come up and just grip under the chin at the neck. What are you?
And you watch as he begins choking. And you can roll an insight for me.
Fuck.
as you are squeezing, this form of tears fighting back, trying to pull themselves away from your grip, though they do seem to be a bit weaker than you remember them, and there is, at the very least, fear in that blue eye. But the voice keeps just, what are you doing?
And it's just gonna swing Tyr towards a polished silver mirror that they found on one of the runs that's hanging in the tree and just push him to look at it.
Alright. And as you look in the mirror, you would see what appears to be a young woman, a shadowy visage. You can't really get too many details about her clothes or anything like that. With blue eye and now, in the reflection, she seems to have a mouth. There's only a small section of her head that is Tyr. And speaking through the mirror, she says, "Stop, you're hurting him."
I was just gonna let go and just let out a heavy breath. And just kind of cover his eyes.
Tyr takes a few steps back and just, what the hell was that all about? Jeez. You gotta say your grip's better than was, but what the fuck?
Ina's just gonna pull out their notebook and just shake it on the ground, and just letters are gonna fall out of their spell book. More letters, and they're just gonna hand them to Tyr without saying anything.
Alright. We'll reach down and start picking them up and giving them a read. And he's quiet for a while, which is new for him. He's always been very chatty. But see his brows furrow as he goes through all of this. It's just like this isn't some kind of practical joke, is it?
I wrote every day for 30 years since you've been gone as a way to cope.
So sorry.
I broke
I'm so
our
sorry.
tribe's golden rule because I couldn't help you.
And he's gonna go over and wrap you in his arms, hug you.
I was just gonna lean in and just bury his face in the neck he just choked.
And gives you a squeeze. And you stay like that for a while. And at the end of it, he just said, Well, I'm glad you stopped throttling me, else you might have had to write a few more, I guess. uh, so, this is me dead then, I guess, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for? You're the one that told me to run.
Yeah, but you know, I'm supposed to be the strong one who keeps you safe, and if that's your job, you kind of can't do it. If you know, you die, and I let myself get killed, which means he got stuck all alone for 30 years writing letters.
They did line me up with another partner, Odine. She's gone too. I'm just, like they say, I'm cursed. I can't keep anyone alive. Not that Odine's dead, she's just gone.
Not, it says. Well, honestly, I've been wandering around this place for a while, and I couldn't really remember what happened, but you know, you and me were inseparable, so I knew something had happened. Didn't know how long ago. Can't really tell how long time is here, really. But I knew something had happened. I can remember it. And, I found someone else who also lost track of their partner. So it's, I guess you're not alone. Maybe we could go down and find their partner too, and help them reunite.
What's their name?
Sarah.
Sarah. Her partner sent us here.
What do you mean?
I'm not gone here, I'm just here physically. I was sent by the tribe to collect blocks so I could be accepted into one of our sister tribes to start over. And I let my anger get the best of me. And instead of stopping him, making sure he didn't finish, I just wailed on him instead. Because he was so selfish.
Damn. Just says quietly, seemingly almost at a loss for words. Not how she described him, but I guess people change.
People do change, but that he's doing this for her.
Oh no.
I'm so conflicted on what to do now.
It's even worse. Just got you stuck here. No. Oh. No. 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 And as he's saying this, you watch as visage of tear begins sort of crackling and dissipating like the pages as the woman you saw in the mirror is revealed underneath, seeming extremely distraught. And as she calls out that final pained no, she too seems to explode in a burst of black smoke that quickly is absorbed in the mist as you find yourself no longer in a tree. You're standing stone of some kind of mountain plateau, somewhere else entirely, somewhere foreign to you. And the man you loved and the woman Block loved are gone.
Ina's just gonna turn and look at their shadow on the ground and just kind of look at it and frown.
As you look at it and frown, you notice that the shadow is quite long, especially considering there's no sun. And at the end of it, you look up. There's something else standing there. Something quite large, in fact. It's a very large goat, sort of standing there, looking at you almost expectantly.
Can I help you?
You are one who's died twice and carries two shadows.
You are a goat in this weird mist fog place. None of this makes sense.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I need to be. I need to be. I need to be so he doesn't find me. Someone does need to find you. Someone who's been searching for their friends. Are you searching for friends?
I'm searching for friends. I guess I can call them friends at this point. Yeah, I'm searching for friends.
I can take you to them. This place is dangerous. Dangerous alone. Very dangerous alone. You'll turn up like me. You don't wish to turn up like me. I'll take you to them. I spoke with an old man. There's one in a hut. A hut in the forest. The forest is still there. Old man is still awake. He's still awake. Yes. Still awake. I'll take you. Would you like me to take you?
Yes, can I at least have something to call you by?
Hunters call me Sangzor. They hate me.
That
They hunt
sound
me.
any familiar?
They wish to kill me. Sangzor? No. That would be a name entirely foreign to you. And I'll have Sangzor type out their name. Oop.
Cool.
I accidentally had it still in Celestial. Give me a second.
Got it. Gibberish.
Yeah. Sangzor. Hunters called me that. First name. First name. Or that. I had one. Can't remember. Can't remember. Sangzor is okay. Yes. You can understand me? It asks as if confused.
Should I not?
Yes. Mists. Mists, of course. Yes. Come. There's not much time. Mists may take her. Or my rage me. Yes. We should go. And the goat turns around and begins making its way down the mountain. And it's very strange to you, as solid walls of rock that form this mountain seem to part to make way for this beast as it starts making its way down, creating paths as it goes. All obstacles seem to just vanish into mist as it takes you along.
I'm not gonna question the weirdness of this day. I'm too emotionally tired, and I'm just gonna follow very closely and silently.
Sounds good. And you are carried further and further on through the mist and the fog. And as you are, we're gonna spend this time right now to take a quick 10-minute break. So we're gonna come back 4 minutes after the hour, and I will see all of you then. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Weird Ventures. I'm Derek, and our party has been having a hell of a time going through the mist. Coming back to Aina and the black goat Sangzor as they are making their way through the mist. And Aina, you're just hearing this goat mumbling incoherently to itself the whole time it's going through here. Mostly non-stop, just a lot of sort of fearful, paranoid murmuring as it takes you through. And I guess my question to you is, would you have any questions for this goat as y'all walk?
I would. Sangzor, how long have you been here?
Sangzor, who's... Oh, I'm Sangzor. Yes, I've been here. A long time. No longer get confused by the seconds or the minutes or the hours. Definitely years. Years? Maybe. Tens of years? Maybe hundreds? Probably hundreds. Seems like hundreds when I return. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Most likely hundreds. Yes, that seems right. Hundreds here and hundreds there.
Where's there?
There's the land of the beast, the land of beasts, plural, many beasts. The one in the lake, the one in the castle, the horde in the mountain. Too many to count, all hungry with fangs.
Fangs?
Fangs, claws, teeth.
Oh, that doesn't sound great.
No, it's not. I used to be from outside. I used to be like you. I remember when I was like you. I remember. But I also don't. What is it like outside? Is it nice? Do they still remember me outside? Do they know my name? I want to know my name.
Also, do you remember the last thing, like, what it was like outside?
I remember big light. It would come out every day in the east. It felt so lovely.
The sun?
Yes, that was the name for it. The sun. The sun. Have you seen the sun?
Not for a few days, but yes, I've seen and felt the sun on my skin.
Oh, no. No. You remember the sun. Keep the sun close. You need it. You need it. You need it for the beasts. Do not lose it like I did. Do not. And you watch as the goat sort of shakes its head and seems to be getting angrier the more it thinks about this. Until at one point, again, most obstacles vanish before you, but you just watch. It puts its head down and charges forward and crashes into a tree, knocking it over. The sun. I'll remember. Yes. Remembering now. Yes. The sun. Thank you. Thank you for this memory.
You're welcome.
Yes, I will hold on to it, and you hold on to it too. We're getting close. Old man and the hut and the granddaughter. Yes, close. As it continues to lead you through the trees. Do you have any other questions before y'all reach your destination?
Why are you hiding in this form?
The beast above all others hates me. Hates me because I killed him. Hates me because I murdered him in his grave, searching for me, fed me to the monster, the lake. Yes. It chewed up my mind, you see. It chewed it up, but I got it to spit me back out. Now, I live here on the border, half in the mist and half there. There must be a way out, yes. Some people, they only seem to be coming in, no one seems to be coming out. There must be a way out if there's a way in. So I search, I find people like you, and, well, being here for too long, even more dangerous than being in there, so guide you. Sometimes you have friends to guide you to your friends. Yes. So, I must. Your friend is ahead. I can feel it. Yes.
What do you mean it's more dangerous in here? What's in here? And I'm just gonna kind of look around.
Don't look too closely. If you look too closely, you will see. You will see the danger. Those who are here for too long, they will see the danger, or much worse, the danger will see you. You do not want the danger to see you. It says, almost in a hushed whisper to you. So my question now is Aina trying to see the thing that he says don't look at?
Aya's going to try to look through his peripherals while staring at the goat to see if, like, he notices anything moving to catch his eye.
Alright, roll me a perception at disadvantage.
That is 11.
That is above a 10.
That was gonna be a 20.
That is above a 10, which is what you need to get, or at least a brief glimpse.
I'm a little sad it's not the natural 20.
It's the briefest glimpse. So give me just a quick moment. As, well, actually, you know what, Aina? Look at the map.
Okay. I'm looking at the map. Oh. I only caught a glimpse because I had fucking scrolled out thinking you would pop it somewhere. My bad.
I popped it near you, and you were only supposed to catch a glimpse. So, that's all you get with an 11. So you see something moving in your periphery. Something quite large. Doesn't seem to be moving on 2 legs, or 4 legs. It seems to be moving on many legs. And you just briefly hear skittering before you lose it.
I'm just gonna step closer to the goat at that point and be like, alright, you're right, don't look.
Excellent. And just as you step closer to the goat, as you find yourself in a woods with autumn leaves that seem to be fading and falling to the ground, as y'all walk past them, the goat freezes in place in a way that you've seen before for many animals on your hunting trips with Tyr on Odin. It's an animal that feels threatened, feels the presence of a hunter watching it. This goat is frozen.
Things are perhaps we should keep moving. And Nina's just gonna give a careful, like, nudge.
Oh, no. He's here. He's here with your friend. I'm sorry. He's here with your friend. I cannot. I must go. and you watch as he skitters into the forest, vanishing into the mist, instantly leaving you alone.
He's just gonna put his hands on top of his head and just... Did he fucking just... What? Okay. Just kind of turned back to where he said the old man and the granddaughter would be, and be like, I guess I'm gonna go forward. Like, I don't want to go back. I've seen what's back there.
Absolutely. And forward you will go. But that will be where we leave Aina for a little while. Just a little bit. Because now we are gonna go to Ophelia again. Gonna hop over to Ophelia. Right over here. So Ophelia, you were on your way to a lighthouse, yes?
That would be correct.
Alright. Give me just a quick moment to double check my notes. So as you approach this lighthouse, you have to climb up some cliffs to get to it, but at the very least it's not disappearing. Thoughts of your friend still swirling through your head, though. The further along you get, the more distant it seems. Maybe that's just a fact of how time works here. But you have a long time to think about, process it. Eventually you get to the top and you see a dilapidated fortress at the top. There's what appears to be one side of it collapsed in on itself, either by siege or age. You'd have to investigate further to tell. There's a large stone dragon, a massive statue sitting in front of this place, glancing towards it. At the top, first you thought it was a lighthouse, but now the beach that you were on seems to no longer exist. Instead, there's just a river running through a valley where it once was, amongst swamp-like trees. The lighthouse now seems more like a beacon, its faint light glimmering before you.
Right, I definitely thought I was getting used to this. And she'll, press forward.
Alright. Press forward you do. Entering the stone fortress, making your way through its corridors, all of which seem cracked with age, tapestries rotted through, but there's no smell of rot at the very least. No bones that indicate battle. Not a single figure in sight until you find yourself at the bottom of this tall tower, this beacon. A few golden rays, like the blades of swords, attempting to pierce through this dense fog, fall down from this light, all hailing from the same nimbus. And among these rays and faint wisps of fog, like clouds coating the earth, you see the visage of a well-dressed man in noble's attire. You know, not nobles where you're from, but easily recognizable enough as a man of noble stature. He has a thick mane of thistledown hair falling from his knightly head. Oh, despite this grand appearance, his expression seems to be grim as he gazes down at a holy symbol in his hand. Silver medallion with a red ruby at its center. Eventually, he looks up to you and just says, "I failed them."
Who did you fail?
The people of my country, everyone. We thought we had slain him, you see. That the beast was long dead and buried. But he clipped my wings, made sure I died alone, betrayed. My only solace, symbol of my power, was kept safe, he says, looking down at the medallion again, with more true comrades than the final company I kept. I pray they've kept it safe, even if my soul does not reside within. The beast cannot be felled again while the beacon remains unlit, he says, looking upwards, and as he does, the beacon seems to fade. Those golden lights slowly disappearing, and as they fade, you watch the shadow of this man twist and turn outside of its own volition, looking for a brief moment, cruel and black and winged like a dragon, before it too is joined in the darkness, along with him and yourself, not even the mist able to be seen, though you still feel his presence there.
What is this beast that you speak of?
He is the beast that lives in the castle, the devil himself.
Does this beast have an actual name?
Yes, he does. The son of the line that conquered my land, Strahd von Zarovich.
You thought you killed him?
Yes. I and many others had banded together, but it was of no avail. The beast cannot be killed or contained. The devil is the land is he. And what was once ours, a glorious people, is now in ruin forevermore.
But you said it yourself, we could snuff out the light of the beacon.
He cannot be killed. As long as the beacon is unlit, and its fires died long ago.
Then where is it, and how can I light it?
Looks to you, or rather you feel his eyes on you. You are in a place of darkness, after all.
I'd like to change that and cast light.
Yes. As you do, though, your magic seems to be acting strangely here. It's not a light that appears in your hand, but a flame, as he says. You hold a dragon's fire within you.
Yes, it's in the family.
Then there may be hope yet. Find this place. Make my comrade see reason. And even if he does not truly rest in his grave, you may still kill the beast. And as he says that, the only light in this room being your flame, you watch as it grows and seems to banish the darkness around you. As it banishes this darkness around you, so too does it seem to banish the building which you are standing in and your surroundings, leaving you on a wide and open plain. And in this plain, you would see a figure in the distance. This one, once again, familiar to you, but not one that has died. With that, we're going to switch to somebody else. Sorry, Ophelia, I know that seems very short compared to what everyone else got. We'll get back to you soon, though, I promise.
That's alright.
But yes, with that, we will hop once again to another. And this time we're going to hop back to Porum. Porum?
Yes.
As you leave the temple where you spoke to Samara, you hear the voice of your god in your mind one last time, murmuring in your head. There was a reason that I did what I did. Why I chose until now to give you your powers. You'll see it in time, though I apologize for its cruelty. And as those words wrap around your mind, you see that figure I described last time. Large, the size of a small building, creeping amongst the rooftops of your village before fading into nothing, somehow disappearing behind the clock tower, its limbs fading into the mist as they obscure it, leaving you once again on your own to go as you see fit amongst the buildings you recognize and the dilapidated, swampy ruins that make up this place.
Orm's just gonna do just that. Make his way through the ruins.
Alright. As you go, you take a bit of time to make it through. And would Pora make any last stops in his village? Check out any places that were familiar to him before he leaves? Or does he just want to put this behind him?
I think Porum just wants to put it behind him.
Alright. Then leave you do as you reach the outskirts. And the void of mist in front of you. Just as quickly as it had appeared for you when you turned behind you, your town is gone. And you're left to wander for who knows how long. To the point that things maybe almost seem hopeless, like there'll never be a time when you leave this place. But eventually, you begin to hear the sound of someone singing, sort of an old voice that creaks. She rose among us where we lay. She wept, and we put our work away. She chilled our laughter, stilled our play, and spread a silence there. And as the song continues, I guess, Porum, hearing this old woman's voice, would you be drawn to it, or would you turn away from it?
Me as a player is curious, so I'll say Form's curious.
Alright. You draw forward. As you do, you hear more of the song. And darkness shot across the sky. And once and twice we heard her cry, and saw her lift white hands on high, and toss her troubled hair. And as you continue, slowly but surely, you start to see a bit of a form in front of you. An old hut in the distance with a flickering of warm firelight coming from inside. Do you continue closer?
Is there like a window I can peek through? Is just
Yeah, you can see, it's still quite a far ways away, but you can see there is a little rectangle of light, flickering orange firelight coming through it. So there is a window, if you did get closer, that you could peer through, if you wish.
he's cautiously gonna start approaching.
Alright. As you get closer, you hear more of the song. What shape was this who came to us? With basilisk eyes so ominous, with mouth so sweet, so poisonous, and tortured hands so pale. We saw her wavering to and fro through dark and wind. We saw her go. Yet what her name was, we did not know, and felt our spirits fail. As you get closer, the hut comes more into view, seemingly made out of wood and logs. It seems like it was built on top of a massive tree stump. And in front of the door seem to be hung cages with dead birds inside. Do you wish to approach the window cautiously?
Yeah, I want to see if I can peek through the window sneakily.
All right, roll me a stealth.
Alright. Let's see. Well, not bad.
Not too bad. So yeah, you make it a little bit closer. And as you do, you hear a little bit more of that song. We tried to turn away, but still, above we heard her sorrow thrill. And those that slept, they dreamed of ill and dreadful things, of skies grown red with rending flames, and shuddering hills that cracked their frames, of twilights foul with wings. And as you peer in through that window, you would see that warmth, fire ablaze where it is. And as you do, you'd see full of other things inside this room. You'd see a cauldron atop the fire, black iron, and you would see an empty cradle in the corner of the room, and standing above this pot, stirring what you can smell, which surprises you. This place, devoid of any smell, smells like some kind of delicious stew. You would see a figure. This figure here. You can zoom into the map to get a better look at her. As the shadows that flicker do seem to obscure her face. An old, slumped woman, stirring as she sings, with gray hair and grayish green skin. She doesn't seem to have noticed you yet. You could continue to listen to her song if you like.
Would I know if she's some sort of like fey creature or like some sort of monster, I guess is the word for it? With
You can roll me a religion or a nature.
okay.
Dude, she's just a sweet little old lady. What do you mean, monster?
I'm scared. Wanna roll? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
I mean, she looks a bit odd. The stew she's smelling looks, smells pretty good, aside from the dead birds outside. Maybe she just has a little bit of orc heritage in her.
That's my next question. How dead are the birds? Are they like freshly dead? Are they
Skeletons.
Okay.
And as you're, taking in this information, observing, you will get to hear a little bit more of her song as she goes. And skeletons dancing to a tune, and cries of children stifled, oh, too soon. And over all, a blood-red moon, a dull and nightmare sighs. They woke and sought to go their ways, yet everywhere they met her gaze, her fixed and burning eyes.
Orm's going to never mind. I was gonna do something, but I remembered the information was already given. Orm's just going to try to get out of the window
Alright.
slowly and, not try to stir attention to himself.
Yeah, as you turn away, you are shocked for a moment as you hear her say, "Who are you now?" We cried to her, "Spirit so strange, so sinister." We felt dead winds above us stir, and in the darkness heard. Yeah, you totally thought she was talking to you for a second, but no, just part of the song she's still singing.
Orm's just going to silently exhale a breath of relief and get away from the window,
Alright.
but see if you can find out any other information on this hut, like do a little bit more exploring.
Sure. Roll me another stealth to see if you can explore it without being alerted.
Never mind, so that one.
Neat. Then, yeah. The song continues for a little bit as you try to sneak about. A voice fall, singing, cloying, sweet, heavily dropping through that heat. Heavy as honeyed pulses beat, slow word by anguished word. And through the night strange music went, with voice and cry so darkly blent, we could not fathom what they meant, save only that they seemed to thin thee. And the song stops, as does the sound of stirring, as you're sneaking about and you rest your wings for just a moment. As your foot falls, it cracks on a bone on the ground. And what do you do, Porum, in this silence now?
I'm going. Hold up, I'm checking my spell list real quick there. I just want to make sure that I'm reading these spells right. Porum is going to try and get off the ground as fast as he can, like get back in the air, and using prestidigitation, I want to create an image running in the opposite direction of me, and I'm going to try and hide on the roof.
Alright. Roll me another stealth at advantage if you like.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
You fly up and land on the roof. You see the door open as this figure takes a couple of steps outward, a little cane in her hand, though looking closely it actually seems to be a candelabra that she's sort of using to help her walk. Little candles stuck into it like a trident almost. She sees your image flick by. She says, "Oh dear, look at that. Another fairy found their way here. Shame they couldn't stick around and give me some company." And then she slowly turns her head up to look at you. "Isn't that right?"
Orm's just gonna stare back, scared.
Would you like to come in? The mists can be quite dangerous, especially on your own. I could make you some tea or some hot stew.
Orm's just gonna slowly shake his head no.
Is a shame, she will say, shaking her head a little bit. You may never find your way out of here on your own. And she will walk back into her hut and close the door.
Orm's just gonna just try to catch his breath again after, being caught, and who knows what this old lady can do. I mean, this is the Shadowfell. He's already seen some strange things, so he's just gonna try to take a moment to recollect himself and remember just hearing the words that he might not get out of here kind of sends a shiver down his spine and starts making him second guess if he can get this or get out of here by himself. So right now he's just weighing his options. Do I continue on my own and just figure it out, or do I go to this old lady who seems like she knows her way around here?
Yes. Would you like to hear more of her song to give you a little time to think?
Sure, if you would like, Derek.
All right. She does go right back to stirring and singing. And as she does, she says, now, where was I? Oh, yes. To thin the blood along our veins, foretelling vile, delirious pains, and clouds divulging blood-red rains upon a hill undreamed. And this we heard. Who dies for me? He shall possess me secretly. My terrible beauty he shall see, and slake my body's flame. But who denies me shall be cursed, and slain, and buried loathsomely, and slimed upon with shame. And you very much do sense her voice shifting with those words into a much younger, much cooler tone, before returning right back to the way it was. And darkness fell, and like a sea of stumbling deaths we followed, we who dared not stay behind. There, all night long, beneath a cloud, we rose and fell, we struck and bowed. We were the plowman and the ploughed. Our eyes were red and blind. And yeah, this is a very long song, by the way, so feel free to interrupt whenever you like. He's got a lot.
I'm just trying to think, like, what can I do?
You could fly just right off into the mist and leave this all behind you, just as you did your village, if you like.
Because right now I'm torn between the character, and I'm also torn between, like, I'm curious as a player. But
would you like us to come back to you?
you know what? I think Forum would just try. He would just leave. I think at this point, he already had one close call. I don't think he wants to risk another one.
All right. Very good. As you go, it would be safe to say Porum does give one last glance behind him as he does. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Migs.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, you catch just a little bit more of her song, fading behind you as she sings. And some, they said, had touched her side before she fled us there. And some had taken her to bride, and some lay down for her and died, who had not touched her hair, ran to and fro and cursed and cried, and sought her everywhere. And as her voice fades, you watch as the tree stump uproots itself, carrying her and Hut on top of it, and begins crawling away from you into the fog. That massive thing that you saw earlier, now a bit more clear as it vanishes into the mist.
What the fuck? Form's just going to try to figure out some way out of here.
Right. Sounds good. And you will continue on your path, and we will return to you in time. Because now we are going to go back to Balthazar.
Oh, this was unexpected. I thought you were going back to Penny. All right, let's go.
We'll get to Penny in a while, but I'm spacing things out in a particular way.
Oh boy.
Yeah, fun stuff. So, Balthazar,
Yes.
as you are walking towards the ravens, swirling ahead, what's going through Balthazar's mind right now? How's Balthazar doing?
It's Oh man, his mind's a little bit of a mess. Just going through the information that the lady in shadow just gave him, and whatever lightness and he might have felt from getting the chance to see Mitsu again is just slowly becoming weighed down by the realization and the guilt of he has essentially left Mitsu, or at least Mitsu's soul, to suffer through whatever tortures he might be going through with his body apparently being possessed. And it weighs heavy on his shoulders, but he keeps going.
All right.
Uses that bit of guilt to burn as fuel for determination, but it's fucking him up just a bit, just a smidgen.
As you follow this path your goddess has laid out for you, through the trees ahead, you would see that eventually it takes you to a peaceful glade in this forest, surrounded by a circle of large stones. At the center of this glade is a cloud of butterflies flapping quietly, each one winged black. Small little cloud of them, you could say.
Does the path lead straight towards them?
Yep, it leads straight to the center of this very large circle of monolithic stones.
He will continue forward then.
Right. As you step through the barrier of these stones, essentially, you would watch as the cloud splits and breaks, each butterfly flapping their way toward each of the various stones, resting atop each one. And as each one takes its perch, it seems to shift, its form growing larger, its feathers grow out of them, as each and every one takes the form of a raven. And you see more slowly circling up ahead in an almost hypnotizing pattern. All of the ravens are watching you.
He'll watch them back for a moment before turning his attention to the center, where I assume the former butterflies, now ravens, were kind of coalescing around.
And you see a skeleton resting there, partially unearthed. You can roll medicine for me.
I shall be doing so. Use medicine. 14.
Alright. That's a very small body. At first you think maybe it's, a gnome or a halfling, maybe. It could also be a child.
It's just a skeleton? There's no, any remarkable features or, leftover clothing on it?
Do you approach it to get a better look?
Yes.
All
It's
right.
gonna approach it cautiously, though.
No clothing on it. As you're cautiously looking around, looking up towards the circling ravens, you'd see they are slow and in perfect form, as if you're looking into an abyss of mist between them that falls upwards. And if you were to just lift up onto your toes, you would be taken up with them. You almost get a sense of vertigo before turning your eyes back down. And as you look at the body, you do see there are markings on the bones, carved into it in a language that you don't understand. And as you approach, you would also hear one of the ravens speak. As you look at the raven, you don't see its beak move. It's speaking telepathically into your mind.
Oh.
There is no escape from him. Feminine voice. And then you feel your mind being tugged by another raven. Another feminine voice, but this one different. Each and every one you hear is unique. No death that can hold it. There is only suffering. He will make you suffer, so make him suffer in turn. If he cannot die, then he shall live in misery. For every sister slain, a century of suffering. For every mother culled, another year of mourning. He will take everything from you, yet not realize what he has left to lose. And as these voices bombard your mind, the raven circling above circle in a wider and wider shape. And the more they do, the more the fog seems to seep into this place, as if dissolving the stones away. The forms of trees materializing in the fog, and then the sound of another voice. And some say they said had touched her side. Ooh, actually, I messed up. Sorry, guys. What you
Hello?
actually would hear is her eyes have feasted on the dead, and small and shapely is her head, and dark and small her mouth, they said, and beautiful to kiss. Her mouth is sinister and red as blood in moonlight is. And unbeknownst to you, it's the same voice that Porum had been hearing, singing to him before he left.
It's coming from behind him? Or
Well, you
around him?
don't know where Porum is at the moment. This is what you're hearing. As
Yeah,
the
yeah, no,
stones
no,
fall.
I just meant, where's the voice coming from?
Oh, sorry, I
From
thought you were
Balthazar's
asking
location.
in respect to Porum. For you, it is coming from behind you.
Balthazar will look over his shoulder.
Right? There is only the mist and the sound of the song continuing, if you'd like to hear me continue it.
Before you do, are the ravens still around or did they vanish?
They are gone.
I take it the body of the child is gone as well.
The body of the child is also gone.
Balthazar's gonna look back at where they were and look up to where he'd seen them. He's seen some of the ravens flying and just wonder out loud, who did you mean? Before, he'll go for the... Actually, is the path still
Nope.
there?
There's
Or it's
nothing
gone?
there but the song.
Alright, he'll follow that then.
Alright. Then poets forgot their jeweled words and cut the sky with glittering swords, and innocent souls turned to carrion birds to perch upon the dead. Sweet daisy fields were drenched with death. The air became a charnel breath. Pale stones were splashed with red. And at the distance, Balthazar, you see a form in the fog. A flittering form, small, with wings. A form that you vaguely recognize.
He'll go towards it, and if he can get more details on the form, he'll eventually just call out Porum.
As you call that, the song fades, and Porum, you hear a familiar voice.
Poor was just going to stop in his tracks and look behind him. Can he tell where the voice is coming from?
Yeah, you turn your head towards the voice, and you would see what appears to be Balthazar standing there.
Balthazar?
Oh. Balthazar kind of stops for a second. Wait. He squints his eyes at Porum real quick. Is this you or is this another part of the mist?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. I mean, I think I'm real. He starts poking himself. I think I'm real.
Balthazar's gonna keep walking towards Porum, since he hasn't yet encountered anything that is truly dangerous in the mist yet, and gives Porum a look over. I'm not entirely sure how to check whether you're the real Porum or not, so I'll simply ask, are you alright? What happened to the rest?
I don't know. There was just a ton of mist, and we all started disappearing, and I woke up here. I tried writing you a note, but it didn't work.
I didn't see a note. I think whatever mistook you ended up taking me before I could get through the walls and come back to you all. But if the rest are here, maybe we have a chance on finding them.
I'm sure they're here somewhere.
Wait, Derek, quick question. Did Balthazar ever get back his hat?
Nope, Balthazar is currently hatless.
Porum could very clearly see tear tracks on Balthazar's face then.
The goddess stole it.
Porum's just going to put a hand on Balthazar's face and try rubbing away the tracks. And he's just
kind
like,
of pulls back a little bit, kind of surprised at the sudden touch.
oh, sorry. But I take it you. I take it you saw some things in here as well.
You saw something, and then yes, I did. And he finishes scrubbing his cheeks a little. It was I had a few revelations here.
Or nods his head. Me too. You don't have to say anything else. If you're not ready, I understand. This place is it's not what I expected.
I don't think I expected much of anything from here, but Balthazar looks hesitant, but ends up with a more somber face as he shakes his head. Let's just say whatever failures I thought I had, they've suddenly become much worse. But at least I know the way forward in order to fix it. We should focus on finding everyone else first, though.
Yeah, Balthazar, if you need anything, just let me know, okay? I mean, you have us for a reason.
He looks hesitant, but eventually just nods. Thank you. I'll try to remember that.
Oh, but do you want to see something cool? Porum takes out his emblem and shoots a sacred flame into the air.
Oh, you've grown a connection to your god.
He finally spoke to me. It just took emotional trauma, but he finally spoke to me. Do we still hear the singing, Eric?
It's a very long song, and I've already sung a lot, so I'll actually leave that up to
You don't have
you.
to sing it. You don't have to sing it. Don't worry. But
No,
do
I
it
don't mind singing it. I just don't want to bore people with so much song. So I'll actually give this a choice between the two of you. Do you want to still be hearing the song?
Cosmic.
Weird looking song. We not looking. What am I saying? Words. Weird sounding song, but I think probably not. Balthazar has focused in on Porum. And,
Yeah, I would say unless y'all are trying to hear it, the answer would probably be no.
Okay.
But yes, with that, y'all will have another chance for the two of you to speak. So maybe think about what the two of you would like to discuss, because y'all might be stuck here for a little while. So y'all think on that. So we're gonna go to somebody else now for a moment. Jennifer, are you around?
Uh-huh.
Excellent. We're gonna go back to Penny. Pop the camera back over there. So Penny, you were sitting in the hut with Pop, regaling him with all of the tales of the things that you have taken and the adventure that you've been on through the Sunless Citadel and the Nightcaller and all of that. Maybe picking up a few of the things that you collected after Pop passed and telling him about those as well. As he listens on happily while you're waiting for, as Pop said, a friend was coming. Someone was bringing one of Penny's friends here. But as that goes on, as I said, Pop had mentioned it's a bit of a strain creating a solid place like this. As he's sitting in the chair that you stole, that he complimented on being very comfy. Eventually you turn around to pick up another of your things to show off. And turn around to look at it, and Pop-Pop's doing that thing that grandpas are known for doing. He is sleeping, his mouth open, just catching flies, as it were. And you know, it's a scene you've seen many, many times before. He looks very peaceful as he does.
Do I hear anything outside of him snoring?
No, I was mostly just giving you a chance to, you know, how would Penny react in any specific way? Would she, like, go find some, put a blanket on him, or anything like that, you think?
No, she probably would have just kept talking and then realized that he wasn't speaking to her anymore, and then she would like stop and kind of look at him, you know, like, I guess I bored him to sleep. You know, and then she just kind of sit there and just watch him sleep for a little bit, and just, you know, just kind of think about how happy she is to see him, and then just, you know, still trying to think about where she is and why is she here and where are her friends, and you know, and then just be like touching her things and putting things back in her bag and rearranging things and just kind of, you know, sitting and enjoying being with Pop, but just also just thinking about everything that's been going on.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you're thinking about that, think about your friends and how Pop said, should be coming soon, trying not to get too impatient. You do hear the soft sound of leaves crunching outside. Somebody must be close by.
So I'm gonna just peek outside and see if I can see anything or anyone.
Absolutely.
Right.
As you peek outside, you do see a figure approaching, though it doesn't appear to be one of your friends. It appears to be a tall man with slicked back black hair. His ears are slightly pointed, so maybe he's elvish or half elvish. The clothes he's wearing are very high quality. Some deep reds. He almost has a bit of a noble demeanor to him as he steps calmly, almost like taking a nice little stroll through the woods, as you yourself has probably done a few times, towards the hut.
Okay, so I am gonna I'm gonna turn around. Can I wake up Pop and let him tell him someone's coming, and if he knows who it is?
As you go to shake him, he seems very sound asleep, and in fact, as you give him a little wiggle, his form is fading, disappearing into nothingness in your hands.
Okay, well, before he fades, I'm gonna quickly lean over and give him a kiss on his forehead
Aw.
and say, "Pop, I love you. I miss you. I'm glad that we got this time together. Please keep watch out for me," and watch him disappear.
Yeah, as you say that, he does rouse
Mhm.
from his slumber just before he goes and gives you one last smile and just says, "Proud of you, dear. I'll see you again someday." And he will, with his last action, lean up to give you just the gentlest kiss on your forehead, too, right where your little hairband is, before he's no more.
Okay, and then he disappears. Does anything else disappear around me, or is it just him?
Everything seems stable, at least for the moment. Your hut's staying there, the woods are, for the time being. Now, how long that'll last is hard to say, but for the moment, everything is fine.
Okay, as it's still there, I'm gonna peek around outside again to look at this person.
He is
I'm not
at
gonna go
the
out
door.
yet. Oh, he's at the door?
Yeah, when you
Oh.
peek back out,
So I
he's
guess-
at the door. He was just about to knock, it looks like.
Okay, so basically then I'm going to run into him because, that Penny just, klutzily thinks she's being sneaky by peeking out the door and just kind of butts into him in some way.
And yeah, he is solid as you butt your head onto him and sort of fall back, and he says, "Oh dear, I'm very sorry. Are you all right?"
Yes, I'm fine. Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you
Well,
want?
I don't necessarily want anything. I was going on a stroll. I saw you had a lovely hut. I just wished to see if anyone was home. Saying good day. But excuse me my manners. My name is Strahd von Zarovich. It is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?
My name is Posey.
It's nice to meet you, Posey. This is a lovely home that you have made.
Thank you. Is there something I can help you with?
Well, I figured there might be something I could help you with. Many people find themselves lost in these lands. But you have a home here, so I was not sure if you are lost. Perhaps you made it with some of the trees around. Sort of says,
No, I'm not.
glancing about.
I'm not lost.
Ah,
I'm not lost at all. I'm perfectly fine just where I am.
very good. Well, if everything is fine in that case, I can be on my way, he says, sort of glancing and feeling some hostilities, perhaps. Do I make you nervous? It is not my intent.
No, I'm fine. I'm just not used to having visitors. Do you live around here?
Yes. I live on the other side of this place. These are my lands. You could say. I am the Count here.
Oh, these are...
What was that, Jen?
Nothing. She's just muttering. She's kind of like at a loss for words because she's like not quite sure because she knows that she disappeared into a mist and landed in some place and there was nothing here, and then all of a sudden there was her, her little hideaway place and her pop, and now this strange looking man at her door. And so she's just very wary and hesitant. I mean,
Oh,
she's
absolutely.
naive, not stupid. She's just kind of like,
Yeah,
uh,
absolutely. Truth be told, actually,
Can
usually.
you?
Oh yes.
Sorry. Can you point to me? Point where you live. Which way you live? Where you live?
It's hard to do that in this place. In fact, it's a bit harder than it usually is. You see, usually when someone enters the mist, it's very easy for me to welcome them into my lands. But for you, there is something in the way. In fact, another thing that is a bit strange is usually when one enters the mist, I sense it rather quickly. I know, oh, the Count has guests coming, he says, with a couple of chuckles. But for you and a few others, I received no such forewarning. It's a bit odd, truth be told. Did you have any idea why that might be?
I don't. How many visitors did you sense you were going to have?
That's the thing. At this current moment in time, I was not expecting company, you could say, he says, with a few laughs. It was very similar to you not expecting me at your doorstep. Though do not mind, I am not a cruel count, even though your home's on my borders. No taxes need to be worried about. You are fine. I know there are some others that would impose, but that is not how I run my people.
Well, I won't stay long. I just stop for a little bit. I won't stay on your land long.
Oh, it is fine. Stay as long as you need. I only wished I could create some way for you to get somewhere a bit safer. Though, again, something seems to be preventing me from doing that. But should the problem be resolved at some point, you will most likely see a gate. You are welcome to walk through it. And you are welcome to my lands, and the pleasures it has to offer.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anything else I can do for you? I'm waiting for my friend to show up, so...
Oh, more friends, he says, sort of glancing.
Just one.
He says, sort of glancing to the woods, and says, "Well, truth be told, there's nothing that I particularly need. If you aren't entirely sure why, whatever is happening is happening. If you would like to invite me in and we could talk for a bit, I'm always very interested to hear tales from people in lands outside the mist. Always wonderful storytellers. But I also would not impose, of course."
Yeah, I'm expecting my friend, and my place is very messy, and so I'm really don't have the time for other visitors now.
Yeah, he kind of peers in through the window a bit and says, my, you do have a lot of cleaning to do. It's alright.
Yes,
My
I do.
castle needs a bit of cleaning itself, truth be told. And he gives you a small wink. Either way, it was nice meeting you, Posey, and hopefully you are able to find a way out of here.
I'm sure I'll be just fine. It was very nice to meet you too,
Yeah.
Mr. Strahd.
Yes, of course. Hopefully your friend is doing alright as well. And then he sort of tilts his head and turns to the side. And he squints his eyes a bit. It's as if he sees something. It says, "Whoa! I will be going in a rush now. My favorite goat is here!" And he is going to transform into a bat and fly off.
Right in front of my eyes, he just transforms into a bat and flies away.
Yep.
Okay. Just want to make sure that really happened right in front of me.
It absolutely did.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to mutter to myself, oh my god, I'm glad I didn't let him in.
And it's around this time, as Ina, you make your way through the woods, you'd see a little hut with perhaps a dumbfounded Penny standing in front of it.
Ina's just gonna squint and it's like, Penny?
Ina?
Ah, friendly face. Friendly face that doesn't peel. Friendly face that's not weird creature in the mist. And Ina's just gonna sprint towards Penny.
What are you, how'd you get here? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Where is this place? I just thought the weirdest thing. I have so much to tell you. Have you seen our other friends?
No, you're the first person I've seen. A goat guided me here.
A goat?
Mm-hmm.
I just met a guy who had to hurry away because he said his favorite goat was coming.
Well, my goat was friendly, and he did not like whoever was here, so either your guy's the bad guy, or my goat's the bad guy.
Well, my guy, like, all of a sudden, like, said he had to go in a hurry, his favorite goat was on the way, and he, like, poofed into a bat and flew away. I still don't know if it was real.
You know, that's on par with what's happening today so far.
You are real, right? I mean, you're really the real Ina, right?
I don't think I've changed. I definitely still have two shadows, so yeah, I think it's me. Your face doesn't peel apart, right? And I'm just gonna like reach out and just kind of tap Penny's face.
And I'm just gonna poke at Ina. Well, I just have to make sure you're real. Like, I've been seeing things that shouldn't be here, and I'm just confused. Did you, other than this goat, did you see anybody? Did you...
Yeah, I saw my dead husband and a shadow living inside him. That wasn't his.
Wow. I got to see Pop Pop. That was nice. Oh,
who's Pop Pop?
My Pop Pop. That's my Pop Pop. My grandpa, my Pop Pop.
Oh.
He died a few years ago, so I'm really confused because he was just here in my favorite place, and we talked, and he told me a friend was coming, and then this weird man showed up, and then he flew away, and then you're here. I'm so confused. Do you know what this place is?
Well, Black Shadow said it's the place. My brain, I'm so sorry. The place of death and
Memories.
memory.
Place
So
of death and memory.
that probably was your pop though.
Well, I hope so. I really think it was. It felt like it was. But now I'm just confused because he's dead, but you're alive, or you were alive. You're not dead, are you? I'm not dead, am I? Did we die?
No, I don't think we died, but I didn't die again.
Are you sure? How can you be sure?
Yeah, you know? That's a good question.
Well, and if you're here and I'm here, are the others here? Oh, and the guy, he also told me, oh, his name was Strahd von something. And he said this was his land and he lives in a castle, but he wouldn't point where his castle was. And then he told me I was okay to stay here, but if I see a gate, it's okay to leave through the gate. So much information.
Beast of Castle. That's what the goat was muttering about. I don't think he was a good guy, Penny. The goat was saying how he killed the man in the castle, but the man wasn't dead, and then he threw the goat to the lake beast, but the lake beast spit him. You know, the goat really didn't make a lot of sense, now that I'm thinking about it.
Well, I didn't get a good feeling from this guy. I didn't let him in. I didn't want him to come in. I was kind of weary of him. So I believe you if you think he's a bad guy. I'm just so confused. But do you think that one of these things is one of these monsters that Balthazar like goes after? Because Balthazar goes after monsters, right?
Balthazar goes after the undead, if I'm remembering correctly. That's their order. Yeah, this place just doesn't add up, and if it's the place of death and memory, and he just transformed into a bat, you said, and flew away, and the goat said he killed him, but he didn't die, and then Sunlight is our... You know what? I think this guy might be a vampire.
No.
A vampire? Didn't we talk about those things once? When we first met? Because is that what Balthazar kills? Or goes after?
I never got a chance to ask Balthazar, but do you remember the creepy crawly thing on the ceiling?
I think so.
The Kabul that was so hungry?
Oh, yeah. Was he one of those?
I think so, but he didn't have... You know, seemed like he could do as much as your guy.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see much of this guy either. He was just there as a man, and then poof, he was a bat and flew away. Maybe he's Batman.
Yeah, let's just refer to him as Batman. That's great. Should we wait for others? Should we go looking for them?
I don't know. I feel like we've been here forever. I've been here forever. But I don't know. What do you think we should do? By the way, Derek, is my place still there, or has that completely disappeared?
So yeah, while you've been talking, Ina, you've been watching as the little home Penny had made for themselves is silently falling apart to the ground and melting into it, transforming into fog.
Ugh. Well, I don't think we have a here to stay anymore.
And Penny's gonna say, "What do you mean?" And she's gonna turn around and say, "Look at my where did it go? Where is it going? What is going on?" Ina, maybe we should move.
We should move. There's Penny, don't look in the mist. I'm just gonna grab Penny's hand and just go off into a direction.
Excellent.
What do you mean don't look in the mist?
Don't
I
look
can't
in the
see.
mist.
I mean, we can't help but look in the mist. We're all in the mist. What do you mean don't look?
Does Penny begin straining her eyes and looking in the mist?
Penny's like, no, she's just like looking around like normally, like, well, I don't understand, I'm confused. What do you mean don't look in the mist?
I guess my question is Penny trying extra hard to find something at the mist?
No, Penny's not trying extra hard.
Okay.
She's just looking normally around, like,
Okay.
what do you
That's
mean?
what I needed
I
to
don't
know.
understand. Yeah, she's just normally looking around. Like, I don't see. I don't know what you mean.
The goat, Songzor said, "Don't look in the mist." I looked and it looked back. Don't look in the mist.
You mean like don't like really look, like don't look hard, like don't search in the mist?
Don't search in the mist. Apparently there, if you see it and it sees you looking, bad things will happen.
Penny's just gonna look straight down to the ground. She's gonna keep her eyes on the ground, and she's just keep moving forward behind Ina. I assume Ina's still holding on to her.
No, she's not letting go at this point.
So she's
Looking
just gonna
to the
like
void,
look
and the
down
void looks back.
I love it.
because you said don't look in the mist. So she's just gonna kind of like look down, kind of walking, looking at her feet, looking at Ina's feet, but not looking into the mist.
Oh, I love it. I love it. All right. Then in that case, let's see here. This. In that case, we are going to go back to Biner. Just a quick moment to set that up. So we will. So Biner, you're standing at the base of the hill, and you see a figure on horseback, sort of meandering around on the top of it. What would you do?
Well, that he's still a little angry, but he needs to get answers, but he's not going to go unarmed, so he's going to cast Shillelagh onto his quarterstaff, and he's gonna start heading towards the figure on the horse.
Alright. Ready yourself, and as you climb to the top, you can see a fog coating a forest below on the other side of the hill. As well as another rather large village amongst the trees in the distance. Not one you recognize being part of you. There's a woman that would be striking, if not her current state, with auburn hair, riding atop a large horse and in silvered plate. I will go ahead and give you a look at this woman. As you're glancing at the horse itself, you'd also notice something a little bit weird about the horse, too. Give me a second. Ah, yes. The horse seems to have a few more legs than it should. And each one has, each one has sort of this ring of iron around it. It's a very handsome horse, though it's a little hard to take that in when you notice that there is blood dripping from this woman's stomach as she sort of holds a hand over it to cover the wound. In her other hand, hanging limply, you can tell her arm is most likely broken. You can see a broken sword. Her eyes seem sad and much older than the youth the rest of the woman seems to betray, as if she has had an extremely hard life. She sort of turns to you and says, what are you doing here? They're trying to get everyone out. Got to go. There's nothing left in this place.
My lady, you're wounded. What's happened?
Yes, she sort of looks down and just says, I tried to protect this place so everyone could go. I can see now you're, well, I've lost a lot of blood. You're not an elf, right? You're from somewhere else? This is an elvish village.
I mean, some people have called me an elephant, but not an elf.
Yeah. She kind of coughs. I have no idea what an elephant is. Anyway. Strahd he's after me. It'd be good, but I think he's coming. I think we don't have a lot of time. He's done this already, but he'll probably do a lot more, especially when he finds me. Could you might be able to help, though. Could you take this? And she extends the arm with the sword out to you, the shattered blade. Could you take this with you and hide it somewhere safe, please? Can't.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. And she very weakly sets it in your hand and gives a couple of pats to it. And as she does that, you would hear the sound of rushing water behind you. The sound of cracking stone. And as you turn to look at it, you would watch what used to be your village, the one that you trashed, is now someplace else entirely. As a massive flood, a deluge of water rushes through it, wiping away buildings that used to stand there. Storm clouds mixing with the mist up above, and dark shapes in the sky. She's going to say, "You have to go, please. You have to go. He's coming."
But before I go, what is your name?
My name's Marina. She would say,
Marina.
give you a small nod and a smile. Before she sort of kicks back on this horse that she's on, and it raises its four front legs into the air. She seems to charge off down the valley into battle. And as she does, the mist seems to swallow her the same way it swallowed you. And as it swallows her, it also swallows the scene before you. The hill that you're on, now flat. This blade resting in your hands. And in front of you, instead of seeing her, or the last you saw of her, you see another figure. And Ophelia, that familiar figure that you saw, is starting to become a little more clear.
It's just another trick. Just smile and wave and keep going. And she'll just kind of keep going about.
Just walk past Reiner.
As she starts to walk past him, he'll just drop the shillelagh bell, so it's just his quarterstaff again, and he'll stick the staff low so that when she walks, it basically goes between her legs and trips her up.
Rude.
Amazing.
Excellent.
Can I try to not stumble like a dumbass?
No, because I think you think that they're an illusion. So
That is
you're
true.
like, my foot will just walk right through this, and then it very
Yep.
much doesn't. Just face plant.
So as she stumbles, he'll look and be like, "Are you real? Is that really you, Ophelia?"
Well, you did just trip me.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything today.
I don't know. The last
don't
time
know
I
what
saw
hit you,
Binor, they
dude.
had a werewolf bite on their neck. Is that still there?
Is
I don't know. So he starts feeling and yeah, it's still there.
Well, then I guess it must be the real you. It's been a
Did you-
day. Or days.
Yeah. Did you just see that lady gallop off?
No, I have not seen a lady gallop off. I just
This is
saw you.
So my hand, Derek.
yeah, so if you look down to the sword, Ophelia, you would probably see the sword in his hand. It is there for a moment, but is quickly fading into mist to rejoin that which is all around you.
You saw that, right?
Yes, I saw you had a sword.
Well, a broken blade, rather.
Well, right.
Mostly a handle.
Where did you get that?
From the lady that just galloped away. She told me to take it and keep it away and hide it somewhere. I guess it can hide itself at this point.
That's... I feel like that tracks for everything that I've seen today.
What have you seen?
My friend, and a nobleman who told me that I had potentially the power to relight a beacon to help destroy the beast. The name of the beast was Strahd von Zarovich. And then I met you, and I thought you were fake too, so... And now you're
Well, the
telling
chick,
me about a horse. And a
yeah,
lady.
horse that had 8 legs, very beautiful woman on it. Her name was Marina, and she gave me the broken sword that you saw for a second there, and said this Strahd guy was after her, and she rode off to a battle that disappeared too. And my village just got washed away, but it didn't matter because genocide happened while I was there, so
What?
everything's just hunky dory for me too.
What do you mean genocide happened?
Well, many years ago, my village and many around it just supposedly disappeared in a fog. The village stayed, but the people left. And when I came back, the surrounding villages that did remain told about a mist, and Mavis thought they were kind of smoked a little bit too much of that Loxodon weed that we have. But but they were gone. So for the last 70 plus years, I've been trying to find this story about a mist and this and that, just to try. And all of a sudden I'm in a mist, and here's my village, here's my mentor, and she tells me they've been here forever trying to escape. They thought they escaped, and then she died. So she basically said most of them have died and turned into stars, which is where I'd like to go at some point, but not today. So yeah, so basically she just confirmed that my entire majority of my society was genocide away. And how's your day going?
She'll just put a hand on your shoulder and just... My condolences. I just feel like it's just been a trifle of what I've experienced. Or what I've experienced is a trifle compared to that.
So you said you saw your friend.
Yeah, I did.
And were they okay? Were they at peace? Were they in pain?
They did seem to be at peace, but I think I had messed things up. I couldn't enjoy the small time I had with them and I basically just sort of told them that they died, and you know the story already.
So they didn't know that they were dead until you told them?
They didn't appear to have any memory of dying. They thought that it went well.
Oh.
And I couldn't just let myself talk to her. And I told her that what had happened, and she essentially vanished. And then I realized we're in the Shadowfell.
Is that where we're at?
Yes. It's, at least for me, why I saw my friend. It's a place for spirits. But I don't know about noblemen with holy symbols or females riding 8-legged horses.
Next, we're gonna find someone's gonna say there's a talking goat around here or something.
Or maybe a spider that, bakes cookies.
Or has super long legs.
Exactly. It's good to see you.
Yeah, same here. And he kind of points backwards, says, there was a massive flood behind me. Who knows what the hell's behind me now? All I know, there could be a freaking dragon standing behind me, not the friendly kind. So, nothing in your direction? I assume the rest are here somewhere, hopefully, not dead.
No, Nothing has been, I guess, harmful. Not that we shouldn't be careful or wary, but all I did was show the nobleman, I tried to cast light, but instead it was like a fire. But we should be good.
All right, so he'll point and say, well, that way was to a battle that I don't know if it's still there. Flood behind me, noble behind you that gave you weird messages. So do we go to my left, your right? See if we find anybody that way. Oh, Derek, are the stars still above me?
Yeah, so when you look up to see the stars, it would be just in time to see that greenish glow as the fog wraps around it, almost suffocatingly thick, eventually blocking out your sight of it.
And I don't see the two other...
No, those would have faded before.
Okay. So he'll kind of point up and say, well, at least we got the green and the... Never mind.
No. Ophelia, you would be able to catch just a little bit of a star that feels very familiar to you, but sadly, it is fleeting. At least it has brought the two of you together.
Yeah, and sorry for tripping you. I was just seeing if you were real.
Sometimes it's good to stay humble.
All right, do we head that direction then? Or do you want to go towards the battle?
Everything that I have moved through has changed. So I don't know if it matters which direction we go in.
All right. I'll let you lead.
All right. And at least it'll be nice to have company.
Yes.
And then, like I said, Ophelia will just pick a random direction. Let's see here. I don't know which way. I'm just going to roll a d4, Derek, just for fun.
Sure. Yeah, do it.
There we go. Whichever direction one will be.
Excellent. Excellent choice.
Oh boy.
So yeah, y'all continue on in that direction for a long time. Hard to say how long exactly. And as y'all are going, is there any conversations the two of you would like to have?
I'm sorry, I missed that, Derek. Which two?
We're sticking with you two for now.
Oh. Okay. So, Ophelia.
Yes?
You mentioned you didn't talk to your friend. Why is that?
I did. I just didn't... I thought it was an illusion. And after the fact, I realized it was her. I could have been asking her any other questions. I could have even asked if she would have wanted to be brought back, but I didn't do it. I just thought it wasn't real.
I'm sorry. Do you think we did something wrong back at the Citadel? Could we have done something differently that would have taken us here?
The only thing that maybe, I mean, maybe could have been done differently was possibly shooting the apple out of Balak's hand. But how I see it is, I don't think there was very much we could have done.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe if we should, the missiles would have been targeted to the apple and disintegrated it, maybe. We would be heading home right now instead of this godforsaken place. Do you think Aina is okay? He seems to be, ever since talking to the shadow, he seems to be, not totally focused, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Well, I'd like to think he's smart enough to straighten himself out, but sometimes we all feel what we're going to feel.
I know you guys talked a couple times while we were there. Is there anything I should be aware of? That you feel free to tell me?
Not that I can think of. At least nothing that, you know. You heard them talking to Balak about their partner. That's basically the only thing I could think of. But no, they're... I think the other thing was that he wanted Balak back alive. And I don't know. I don't know if where we've been is, or how getting thrown into this is thrown that into flux. But yeah, unfortunately, that's all I got, Binor. I'm sorry.
No. Just I know you guys have talked a couple times. You know, while the rest of us were somewhere else, so I just didn't know if there was anything I should be aware of. Either not to say or do something that would upset him, or the opposite, that I should make sure that I'm on my guard, that he doesn't I don't want to say do something bad to us, but sometimes people are put in certain situations around certain events, and their actions are not what you expect because their emotions take over. And go ahead.
I can understand that, but as I said, she'll like kind of point to her tattoo. I still don't feel like I've given anything up. I don't know what will become of this. I want to hope that it's good, but it could be bad.
I apologize. I didn't even haven't even asked you about what's going on with you with that whole tattoo. I mean, you're not getting like strange voices or anything, right? I mean, that would be crazy.
When the mist swallowed us, I concentrated for the brief moment that I could and asked, is this where I need to go to see her again? And I got back, yes. Turns
And
out
you
the
saw
voice
it.
wasn't lying.
No. So maybe your thoughts doomed us all by sending us here.
Maybe.
I'm just kidding with you, Ophelia.
I know.
Oh, man.
You said your whole tribe is stars. Do they show up on your map? Does your map even work?
I haven't really... I didn't really want to take the time to get the big map out and see if it works, but I did look at the new one I found, and the green star you saw appears on it. And I've added 2 more. Those were the stars of my mentors. Like, when she passed away in front of me, she ascended and became stars. And I mean, that is our ultimate joy, but she said there was more, and they kept seeing the stars, and they went to another place, and there they turned into stars, but I didn't see any other stars in the sky. So I don't know if she was just, unfortunately, seeing things that didn't exist yet. But she was pretty weak. So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's others of my tribe or other tribes in this, still wandering this mist or outside of the mist, wherever the Strahd guy is. But as of right now, like I said, unfortunately, our worst fears. Oh, before I forget, you must help me find. She said somewhere here are the missing star maps that the other tribes had that went missing the day that the fog came in. She said they took them with them, and they're here somewhere. I need those back. So if you're ever looking somewhere, please look for maps.
You say that like you don't plan to be with me.
No, just, sometimes, I might be, outside taking a leak or something, and you're in a room, and, and you see a map, and, like if you're searching for something.
Sure, I'll do that.
That's what I mean. I plan to be with you. I don't plan to stick in this godforsaken place. But then again, I am getting much older, so. But I'll be your pain in the ass for a little longer, at least, hopefully.
Appreciate it. I'm getting really, really sleepy.
Well, let's continue on and see if we can find anybody else before we take a nap in this godforsaken place.
Sure thing, Biner.
As y'all continue on, Biner, you can feel Ophelia is getting sleepier and sleepier, a bit more sluggish, causing y'all to slow down, and you yourself are starting to get a little bit tired. It's as if having another concrete figure that you're with is causing time to start to work something akin to normal again. As the two of you go, indeed, it is starting to feel like you're going to need to settle down and take a long rest in this place.
Okay, before we do that though, because I'll want to push on as long as we can. So
Absolutely.
I'll actually offer to pick her up or let her climb on my back or something, and just try to push forward a little farther and let her kind of rest.
Yeah. You
And
find
then, like you said, if we
yourselves traversing through a wide wood, densely packed with thicket. But again, the absence of animals of any sort is more than a little concerning.
Well, we probably should get some rest. Have you noticed there's no creatures around?
Yeah, I haven't seen, well, any creatures. As I said, I've just seen people.
Same here.
That's... I can't believe I didn't even think about it.
Well, let's make camp somewhere. I'll take first watch and you can get some sleep.
Thank you, Biner.
Y'all settle down and set up a little camp for yourselves amongst a copse of trees. Ophelia lays down in their sleeping bag to get some rest. Biner, what are you doing over the course of your watch?
I'm looking at the new star map and seeing, is there any new stars that appeared on it? I'm kind of seeing if I see any type of movement anywhere, trying to listen for sounds since we were in a heavy kind of foresty area, see if there's I hear, branches swinging, from someone walking through them or sticks cracking from someone stepping on them, things like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you're looking at it, you do notice something, at the very least. You notice that Zudon, that star that you noted, is part of a constellation. 2 other stars that sort of forms a little bit of a V shape. If you were to add both of Shati's stars, it would make an X.
So forms an X. So he's gonna kind of make a mental note that maybe if he could take this star map and if they find a village or something, maybe he can find some type of a map and see if he overlays them and see if the X appears somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the map. But he'll just, when seeing the 2 stars that he put onto the map, he'll just kind of think back of his conversation and remembering his mentor. With sadness. But he said he's gonna try to eat some nuts that just don't taste as good as they used to. Kind of has a craving for a squirrel or something.
Yeah, definitely feeling a bit of that. You watch as Ophelia turns just a little bit in their sleep, and you do notice something over time, where every time you look at the star map and look back up, or when you blink, the trees are slowly but surely opening up in front of you, disappearing, leaving open space. That open space is slowly starting to rise to a hill, and seems to be a single tree growing on that hill in front of you. Pretty gradually, to the point where, if it wasn't for the fact that it was obvious after a certain point, you would have missed it, because every time that you blink or look away, just a little bit more of it is forming. So it takes you a little while to catch on.
Is the mist still heavy around it, or is it?
Yeah, the mist is still heavy all around y'all.
But around this tree, is it?
Indeed it is. You can vaguely capture its form like a hand reaching into the sky. Gnarled branches rising up as it and the hill gets larger and larger with every glance away.
So, after seeing this a couple times and like say getting larger, he's gonna turn and kind of gently wake Ophelia back up and just say, I'm sorry to wake you so soon, but something weird's happening." He'll point towards the tree and say, "Do you see that?"
Indeed, Ophelia, you do. In fact, do you see a figure standing at the top of this hill? The tree that is massive by this point. Branches sprawling in the sky ahead, or the sky above, to the point that you kind of have to tilt your head back a bit to see where they end.
I see someone as well.
Should we check it out?
I don't feel it'll do us much good just to sit here.
All right. He'll help her up. And, yes, shall I lay onto his quarterstaff and start heading up?
Right. As you crest this hill, helping each other up, 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 towards the top. The massive tree in front of you, thick to a point that neither of you would have seen anything, natural that has grown this wide. Till eventually, you see a man standing at the top of the hill. The mist clearing enough to where he's a bit clear. This man made of wood, glancing down at you, and holding an apple in his hand as he had the first time you saw it. Only this one is red. And he says, "Sorry I have to do this to you." And he let go. Yeah. In that moment of confusion, he lets go of the apple. And instead of it falling, it rises into the air. And you watch as it begins to grow. And as it begins to grow, it begins to shift a bit. As it seems as though it's becoming impossibly round. The mist around you glowing with this red light. As you see it transform into a massive, full blood red moon. And as it does, the two of you begin to feel something inside of you shift. As if something in your soul is trying to claw its way out.
Ophelia would kind of hunch or double over, kind of just in pain, I guess, sweating, but also keeping their eyes intently fixated on the moon, their eyes are pinning.
Yes, and they are dilating as you look up. to the point that your eyes almost are a pitch black. And how is Biner reacting to this transformation they're feeling come over them?
He's kind of confused. He's kind of looking at his hands, looking at his arms as he feels the pain or whatever pulse through him,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to kind of has a look at Balak of what have you done kind of thing. And he'll look over to Ophelia to see if she's all right, but he's kind of not fighting it, almost accepting the pain kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yes, as you look at him with that accusatory stare, his eyes are cold and unfeeling. As the two of you feel your bodies begin to shift and change. Musculature forming that was no longer there before, bones elongating. As Biner, your body begins to become covered in fur. As you hunch over, your mind going blank with this bloodlust overcoming you. And for Ophelia, it is much the same. As this transformation happens, Biner growing to a massive size in this new form, Ophelia not as much, taking on a much more predatory stance on all fours. As she too shifts, teeth growing long, that hunger for meat, flesh, something to stick your teeth into, clouding your mind. And amongst all that rage, you see the mist enveloping the two of you entirely. The wave of Balak's hand, no longer able to sense each other anymore even. But there is the smell of something on the horizon for each of you. You can smell two things, in fact. Ophelia, I smell of two people up ahead. Biner, you can smell something like that too. Something that you have the inexplicable need to sink your tusks into. And with that, we're gonna end today's session.
What? What do you mean you're ending it here?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
We're gonna end it right there for today.
No! Damn you!
But we're gonna do some stars and wishes. So we're gonna start with Corey. Corey, do you have any stars and wishes for today?
My stars and wishes was everything. I thought everybody did great. It started off really strong with Cosmic's RP, and then even up until the end, I was just like very, very excited. I know I was very, very exhausted from painting,
Yes.
but having good like RP and story bits and everything just kind of kept me. It went up and down where I was just very tired, but I was still engaged and then awake. But yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I have any wishes. I guess I'm just very excited for next week.
Absolutely. That'll bring us to Chris. Chris, do you have any stars or wishes for today?
Same stuff. I mean, just to add on it, I guess looking forward to next week to see who Ophelia and Binur is going to be munching on.
Absolutely. Some tasty, tasty food. That'll bring us to Jennifer. Jennifer, do you have any stars or wishes?
The same as the other two. Just all the role playing in the storylines. Binur tripping Ophelia, and then of course at the end, finally we get to see what the two of them would look like transformed. So that was really cool. Just everything.
Yeah.
Wishing that next week they're not getting bite-sized snacks to nibble.
We will see.
Let's hope the smalls get Ophelia.
And then just can't wait to see what happens next week.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm so excited. That'll bring us to Cosmic. Any stars or wishes for you?
Stars were just this entire game. You went above and beyond what I had half expected for Balthazar's whole mist adventure. That was nice. But
yes.
Also, freaking Penny getting to see Strahd and just being like, no, you're not allowed in. It's a mess. Also, Derek, how could you? Why'd you make me like Strahd? I feel insulted. I feel like you're.
It's my job.
There's a little ninja in the back of my mind that's like, he did this on purpose.
It's my
And
job.
it just made him an ass. You made him a silly little boy, and it's just like, oh, I like him.
I love Hotel Transylvania. What can I say?
Fair. Yeah, no, all of that, freaking Binur and his moment, freaking Aina and the tearing of his husband's face, that was fucked up.
I can't believe Aina tore their own husband's face off. Jeez, Aina. And then you strangled him? Oh my
I
god.
know.
Right?
Eric
Like,
didn't have to do anything for that one.
no.
Can't take me anywhere.
He did say he likes to shoot stuff in your butt, so.
You did.
Oh my God.
You did.
My
that was
favorite.
Listen, Aina
My
gave me
favorite.
RJ gave me a very specific personality for him. So when I thought of that pun, I couldn't not say it.
It was great. Listen,
Yeah.
I loved how it wasn't back to back basically, but I loved how it dichotomy between the two people who had like actual partners and how they each treated each other. That was amazing to listen and watch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like just Balthazar and Mitsu being soft and warm to each other, and then there's freaking Aina and Tyr like dick jokes everywhere. I love that. Wishes though. I wish to continue the game, please. No end. Only go.
We're at 4 hours and 30 minutes, so we're gonna save it, or else it might not let me upload it to YouTube.
I guess.
But that'll come to my stars and wishes, and yes, because I do a random roll, not for the personal visions, but for the other visions. I was super glad I got to do a couple that not even Chris had seen before. I got to do the singing old lady. I got to do Strahd. Ooh, man, that was the best.
Strahd was the best.
Yeah.
Being old lady freaks me out though. I feel sorry for Biggs.
I mean, he seems pretty chill, you know,
Yeah.
letting Penny live on the land without paying taxes.
Right? Yeah, no, he was very polite. And the fact that he was just like, oh, I sense my favorite goat, and just transforms into a bat and flies.
Yeah. Gotta get to his favorite
That sounds like the shortest shit I would pull.
But yeah, my wishes for next week are the best of luck finding your friends, because that's what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to find your friends.
Oh god.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure some friends will be found next week, at very least.
Huh?
Uh-huh. That'll bring us to RJ. RJ, do you have any stars or wishes?
My star was you getting Tyr's personality how I thought you would as soon as I was like, he makes stupid puns like Skullwalker. Have you walked any skulls lately? That was great. Encapsulated it perfectly.
Thank you.
I loved hearing about Spider's tribe and then just him compartmentalizing it into, yeah, genocide happened. It's no big deal.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't need to think about that.
Everyone's dead. It's fine.
I loved interacting with Penny too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all had been craving some roleplay sessions, and we've been in a dungeon crawl. I'm like, dang it, we're gonna give them a real good roleplay session. That's what I
Longer
did.
sessions. That's my wish. I want more.
Okay.
Gimme.
Well,
More.
y'all have a week, because I don't think Ophelia and Biner are gonna do much more talking. But I am gonna give the other two groups a bit of time to have conversations with them. So, you know, Balthazar and Porum, y'all want to have any convos? 'Cause remember, time is a little fluid in the mist. As long as it take y'all walking past the time, think about what they might talk about. Same goes for Ina and Penny. But yeah. But yeah. That'll bring us, last but not least, to Miguel. Miguel, do you have any stars or wishes?
Star. Cosmic's back. Yay!
Yeah!
And also, Balthazar and Cosmic finally have a chance to sit down and talk together.
Balthazar and Cosmic do, huh?
Balthazar and Cosmic?
Yes, Balthazar and Cosmic.
Looking in the mirror.
Yes,
We
no,
need to have a
seriously.
talk.
No, I think it's less looking in the mirror and more you finally see your actual god and it's just this nerdy little Asian lady.
Balthazar and Porum finally get to talk.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's almost as if I
Wishes.
arranged for it.
Wishes.
That's almost as if
I wish I had an 8-hour session, Derek. We need to make it happen.
One
8-hour
day.
session. 24-hour session. All day long. Let's go.
One day. Maybe.
No rest.
Perhaps.
24. Listen, a session that lasts an entire weekend. How about that? We can get so much done.
We got.
Either that or we just spend it all RPing with each other. Let's be
We-
real.
Get so much done. Like,
Yeah.
it's a checklist.
Yeah, we get so much done.
Oh man, I can mow my fantasy lawn and
That's
paint my
right.
fantasy fence. Like,
You know it.
Nah, I'm mostly meant just like interact with everyone.
I know.
Absolutely.
Get my fantasy dehumidifier in to get rid of this mist.
Right?
Oh,
Listen,
yes.
we gotta get one of those big industrial fans. Blow away the freaking
Talking
mist.
about-
Our
this is
fog
our
maker is acting up.
This is our time to fully refurnish our fantasy home.
Oh, yes.
Wait,
Oh.
we can build our fantasy home. None of us have a house.
Yeah, none of us.
Oh, nope,
House Jack
Please.
definitely not. Penny had a house, but then it turned into mist goo.
Yeah. Shame.
I know.
We can house Jack Baba Yaga. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, all we need to do is kill her, and then we have a traveling house. That'd be great.
yeah,
I mean, we could just live with Baba Yaga.
it's true. She did invite you in for tea.
Yeah,
We
sounds
get the
like she
new
makes good stew.
Tashas.
But yes. Looking at our chat, Dane has some stars and wishes. She loved the intensity of the Ina and Balthazar RP with the DM and PCs. And one of her wishes is going to be when the gang comes together into a battle Megazord. So I'm going to have to make sure that happens at some point. Everyone just fuses together to form a big old trauma ball.
I got it. Balthazar's the chest, or not Balthazar, sorry. Binura is the chest, Balthazar and Ophelia are the legs, and then some amalgamation of Penny, Porum, and Aina can be the head and arms.
No, I want...
Aina has to be the head. They're the brains of the operation.
No. I want Aina and Porum to be the arms and Penny to be the head. So the entire Megazord is frowning, and then you get up to the head, and it's just a very smiley face. It'll be beautiful. Oh, man. But with that, I just want to thank everybody who's been watching the stream today for watching it. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the like and the subscribe button and tune in next week, because we're going to have some werewolf shenanigans. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.